Hello. You have no idea how excited I am and been waiting to discuss everything that's been happening with One Piece, specifically the last chapter before the next chapter comes out this week. And there's a lot to go through. We're going to be discussing some stuff. I have some munchies with me. So we'll also be eating some Japanese munchies as well. But I'm excited to finally discuss this with everybody. I have been waiting patiently to discuss this with everybody. And I am excited to give you my thoughts, my ideas, and just also go over the general consensus that many in the One Piece community probably have about this, about what we literally saw in the chapter. Because it was a pretty huge chapter, let's just say that. We're only a month in, and Oda probably just dropped the biggest chapter of the year already. So, we'll go over it. I stopped watching One Piece. Aw, that's sad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Hopefully you could get back to it at some point. But I am very excited. If you have not caught up to the manga, this may be spoilers. If you're okay with spoilers, you're more than welcome to stay. But this will go into spoilers as well as some other things, so I understand. If you do not want to stick around for this, but it is pretty huge. I am about to turn my screen over to what we're going to be looking at. So, and this is the final warning, you do not want if you do not want spoilers, please avert your attention from the screen. All right? Here we go. So, hi. First off, how's it going? Bingo bang. Hopefully everyone's doing well. We won't be doing the actual manga artwork because of reasons, but there is this cool fan art created by Botski that created this amazing depiction of the mural, which is amazing. But we will be discussing this. I will post his link or their link on YouTube if you want to check out it yourself. It's a pretty cool artwork of the mural that's in the chapter. I think The Walking Dead is better. I mean, you have every right to think that. I'm not gonna tell you that One Piece should be your favorite thing. If you like Walking Dead, then you like Walking Dead. I'm not gonna argue with you on that. But if he wins the champions, where will he lose it? Probably to Braun Breaker. My guess is that he'll win it at SummerSlam and then lose it like a month later. And then that's when he'll officially retire. But we'll be using this to discuss the great mural. So this should be fun. It should be fun to go over this. Give you my thoughts. Give you what other people in the One Piece community are talking about. And if you have any ideas, if you have something you want to say to essentially give your own analysis and your own thoughts on the mural, I am more than happy to hear them. Because at this point in time, I'm going to tell you this right now. No one, not even myself, absolutely does not know what everything or knows the full secrets of this mural. No one knows. Because none of us have all the information available to us to legit find the right analysis for what is happening here. Alright? None of us have it. I'm going to bring up the Harley text. I'm going to bring up the Viz one simply just because Viz is the official, so I'm just going to assume the Viz one is more accurate than the other versions of it. But I will also use one other one. It is by Artur. He is a he's essentially a YouTuber. He's one of the few people who actually keep track of like the entire lore of One Piece, to the point that even Netflix essentially brought him in to help out with the live action. Ultra Sigma, Mango Funk, Mew and Get Rizzo with the Phantom Attacks of Knee Surgery with Chill Guy. What? I'm too old to understand that. I am way too old to understand that. Way too old. But yeah, so I'm going to be reading the I'm going to read two versions of the Harley text. The Harley texts are essentially descriptions or prophecies, I guess you could say, of the entire history of the world, where 3 worlds exist. 2 worlds have already happened. The first world already happened. It is the world before the 100 Voice Century. Then you have the current world that the One Piece world is living. Then the third world, which is what's going to happen after the end of One Piece. Which, by the way, Oda is a mastermind of this. To be able to create not only all this lore, but to create all of this world building is like insane to think about. And it's just absolutely amazing, and why I really enjoy Oda in not only planning these things, but the overall aspect of how much commitment he has for his series, for the thing that he loves. So, props to Oda. I think this is why so many people love One Piece. Because of the world building, because of the lore, because of the story. So, props to him, and this should be a lot of fun to go over. Loony, I think the Mets are favorites in the East. No, I don't. Here's the thing, I don't think so. Simply just because the Braves are going to get better because they're all going to be healthy now. Because they missed a lot of their players through injuries last year, so I don't necessarily agree. I do think they might. I do think they will compete. Okay. So, the first thing I'll do, I guess, is give you my personal interpretation of what this mural is about, and what exactly my thought process of this all is. Now, me personally, I think what this mural showcases is not necessarily the 3 worlds, but what it showcases, in my personal opinion, it showcases essentially what happened in the past, as well as what is coming to the future. Or not necessarily what is coming into the future, but what the kids who drew this mural, or whoever drew this mural, believes is going to happen, or wishes will happen. There are some aspects to this that showcases things like the past, such as what we see on this side, where we see, the factory, the serpent, I'm assuming this is some sort of... I'm still not sure who this is, or what this is, but I think part of this... Luffy Gaming, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Still not quite sure what this is. I'm probably gonna give like some interpretation of it, but I think what this represents is the past, because you kind of see Zunisha, you kind of see Noah's Ark and all that stuff, right? But I am willing to bet that this actually isn't the past. I'm thinking this and this both represent events that will happen during the final arc in One Piece. I do not believe these are events of the past. I do not believe this is the second world. I do not believe this is the first world. I believe that all of this essentially occurs or will occur at the same time. Now, understand that this completely goes against what the Harley text is saying. Right? But there's a few things here that kind of make me think otherwise. First off, if you look at this, this looks like an elephant, right? We're going to assume this is Zunisha, this is Zunisha, right? And inside Zunisha, you have an ark. More than likely, that is Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark, or the purpose of Noah's Ark, is going to be raising it from under the sea and pushing it up to the surface. Right? It's going to gather everybody and go to the surface to possibly it's gonna. It's weird because if it's an ark, the purpose of an ark is to essentially it's just a giant boat that has people in it to survive some sort of strange storm that is happening. You even have the Ark's Maxim right here, which we know Enel created. So what's to say that this is also going to happen at the same time as this as well? Which is why I'm saying that maybe this is not a interpretation of each world, because if this was drawn by someone many years ago, why would they draw or depict two different worlds if the worlds did not happen at the same time? I guess it's a little confusing. Don't get me wrong, it is a little confusing. But I just have the strange feeling that something is telling me that all of this is literally just what is heading towards whatever is we're fighting here. And these two things here are essentially either going to be part of the shadow that they're going to be fighting, or maybe, just maybe, it's something that goes against it. Because why would the dragon, or whatever this thing is, fight against the serpent? Like, we're definitely missing context here. Now, this is just me just trying to figure something else out that maybe someone else hasn't figured out yet. Or hasn't thought of yet, I should say. Not figured out, but thought of. In the case that all of this depiction right here isn't necessarily about showing the first two worlds, or possibly the third world, or each three worlds, but possibly what's going to happen. Right? I think that should be an idea, at least out there, that this isn't necessarily depicting all three worlds, but that it's depicting the events that will happen. Right? Yes, there's a few inconsistencies with that idea, but I do believe it's a possibility that shouldn't be thrown out. Now, what do I think is the most likely case that this is? It's depiction of the three worlds that are in the Harley text, right? The reason why I want to talk about that first, or like my own thoughts and ideas about this, or like my first thoughts when I saw this, is that this was all a depiction of the events that are going to happen in the future current timeline in One Piece, right? It doesn't hold that much water. It's not a strong case. There's not enough evidence or material or descriptions that would essentially say that is more likely, because it is literally just an idea that maybe, just maybe, we're looking at this slightly wrong. Hey, Jade, what's up? How you doing? How you doing, big boss? Ugh. Right. So my first idea, more than likely, is not going to happen. I do not believe that this is a possibility. That all these events are happening are going to happen. That all of this and all of this are all part of the same event. Because, you know, it doesn't necessarily fit with everything else that we know. And also doesn't help that Ripley also says that these are carvings of from the ancient past. But they're also children's carvings, so who knows, right? Maybe the children. Don't call me an aho. But it's very well possible that the children who drew this mural literally drew this like, you know, the way it happened. Which is why I'm saying that the first idea that I have, probably and unlikely is the case. Unlikely to scenario, so I'm not gonna... it's not a strong one, so I'm not gonna, like, fight for it. Right? I'm not gonna fight for the idea that all of this is going to happen at the end of One Piece. During the final war. But, I also don't want to throw out the idea. So, we'll see what happens. And they also say there's been estimated to draw somewhere between 800 and 900 years ago. So that also is another thing that I'm like... I am kind of confused. Because like, what part during the past, when this was drawn... Did they, like the kids or like the children or whoever drew this knew about what happened in the first world? Right? That's why it's a little confusing to me. And why I don't want to throw that idea out. But it also doesn't hold much water. Now, if we're going with the idea that this depicts all three worlds based off the Harley text, you have a strong case in that scenario. This is essentially the first world. I can't draw the line, but you can see where I'm drawing it. Right? That is the first world. The second world is for some reason this, which I don't necessarily agree. But it does have the tree, which more than likely is a double tree that created the double fruits, because in one of the Harley texts, it talks about in the second world that the forest guard sent forth devils, which, you know, the devil fruits, right? And that the sun god and the sun only aggravated the fires of war. The people of the half moon had a dream, the people of the moon had a dream, people killed the sun and became gods, the sea god rampaged, and he and they could not meet again. So that is the second second world, essentially. There's something missing here that we're not seeing because Frankie is covering it. Obviously. So there's likely something there that we are not seeing because Frankie is covering it. But if the second world was in regards to Joy Boy and the world that Joy Boy lived in, to me, it's likely the second world was about the creation of the devil fruit, that the devil fruits were released into the world, right? And the sun aggravated the fires of war, meaning that Joy Boy was the first pirate. He probably did things that essentially caused so many issues. Think of it similar to what Luffy is doing. As he's journeying through his adventure, right? He's essentially creating problems for the world government. He's aggravating the fires of war, meaning his actions are creating, you know, and going to be in result of whatever the final war is going to be. I think that's what that is necessarily trying to say. Is that it's trying to connect Joy Boy and Luffy in a very similar manner, in that Luffy is doing things that is creating or going to lead into another big war, and he's aggravating the fires of war. He's his actions are going to lead to that final war, right? So that's what I think of that version of the text. Now the rest of it is the people of the half moon had a dream. The half moon, there was a very famous theory a long time ago about how the initial D in the names of like Monkey D. Luffy, Tropical D. Law, Marshall D. Teach, and so on, that it represented the half moon. I was leaning more towards the idea that they were the essentially the initial of Joy Boy's first pirate crew, right? That when Joy Boy died, his crew decided to have their name, had the letter D to represent that they were part of Joy Boy. That Joy Boy's will won't die. That one day, someone within that crew, the descendants, will be able to recreate Joy Boy or recreate the Sun God in the future. That was what I was leaning towards, right? But people at Half Moon had a dream. Now, what does that mean? It could be the initial, but like there has to be more to that. And it's interesting because we do know about the moon people because we see it in the Enel cover stories. We see Enel going to the moon and seeing other murals, right? And meeting these small little creatures that are also on the moon, which were descendants of the people that lived on, the planet that went to the moon. I don't think it's referring to them because I think they are the people of the moon. Half Moon more than likely represents people who either decided to stay on Earth, stay on the planet, and not go to the moon. And because of that, they essentially, became half human. Half moon, half human. Basically people who are descendants of the moon, gods, I guess you could also put it that way. And then the half moon results to like people who they essentially could have gotten married to people of human, race. So that's why they're called half moon. The people of the moon had a dream. More than likely the people who originated from the moon, or like people who were considered like some sort of gods or something like that. Who knows? Who the hell knows? Right? So that's one of the key things I'm looking at mostly in terms of this entire mural, is that who are the moon people? And like if there is a race of moon people, maybe it's the Lunarians, you never know. Maybe it's the wing people that, we see from Sky Islands like Burka. Maybe it's them. Who knows? Maybe it's descendants of Burka. Maybe it's descendants of the Shandorians. That's also a possibility. But we do know something exists on the moon. That's where Enel is, and he literally found them, right? So that is interesting to think about, but that is something I am going to look at more. Simply also because it leads towards a lot of the things that could result in essentially a lot of Nami theories. Because there's a lot of people, myself included, who are big Nami fans, who are trying to see how Nami fits in all this, because we believe that Nami has something bigger planned for this, in the final arc. Usually, whenever you have a story like this, usually the heroine of the series usually plays some sort of role in it. So we'll see what happens. People killed the sun and became gods. Essentially, that's talking about the humans killing Joy Boy and ascending up onto the Red Line. Because they defeated Joy Boy. The Sea God rampaged. That clearly sorry, I can't speak. That clearly resembles the flood that happened, which is why, what's it called? Vegapunk talk about how like there was a flood and that a lot of the original planet is now underwater. The Sea God rampage, we don't know exactly who that is. Could be Pluton, could be Shirahoshi, who knows? But they caused the flood. Now, allow me to offer you an idea. What if What if the sea god and the moon goddess are one and the same? And I'll explain why. When you think of floods, usually when that happens, it's usually because of earthquakes, or like an overextension of too much water that needs to go somewhere, and it starts flooding islands, starts flooding, an excessive amount of water in the ocean essentially goes onto islands, which is essentially what a lot of people believe will happen with climate change, right? And all that stuff. The sea god rampaging could be that, because of the whole devil fruit situation, that the forest god created these devils, and that enraged the sea god because, it caused all this destruction, and the destruction made the sea god flood the entire planet. But there is one other thing that can occur, and one other thing that actually really changes the tides, the way the water does things, and that is the moon. If you want an example of this, there's a movie, many of you probably already seen it, but there's a movie called Bruce Almighty. It stars Jim Carrey. Some of you probably know it by now. But in that movie, what happens is that Jim Carrey, who gains the power of God, right? Essentially, what he does is that he lassos an invisible rope on the moon and essentially grabs it and pulls it closer to the earth. Now, it looks like a beautiful way, because he's trying to impress his girlfriend, it was his girlfriend, it wasn't his fiance yet, but his girlfriend, right? To give a lovely, starry, moon-filled night. But what happens is that because of what he did, the tides and the sea levels of the water of the ocean created this huge tidal wave, this huge tsunami that actually caused a lot of issues on islands. I believe a lot of Asian countries got affected by it, where there was constant flooding, like a huge tidal wave came about because the moon changed position. The moon became bigger, and when the moon becomes bigger, tidal waves are formed. Bigger tidal waves are formed. The moon and the sea are connected in that kind of way, right? And I believe that whoever this sea god and this moon goddess is, more than likely could be the same person. Which brings me to another point, is that Shirahoshi, and this was actually happened in a recent Fishman episode, had a discussion with Nami about how, despite meeting for the first time, it feels like we've known each other, or it feels like we've known each other already. That's an interesting piece of dialogue. Now, it could literally just be that, Nami and Shirahoshi share a similar past, and they have that connection. Maybe that's why she feels comfortable around Nami, or that she, knows Nami, in a way. Maybe Nami resembles a lot like Otahime. That could also be a thing. But what if it's more than that? What if that connection is because of the connection the moon goddess and, the sea god have? Which aligns with the idea, or this theory that myself and many other Nami fans have, that possibly Nami is going to be revealed as the moon goddess. We do know Oda has some sort of backstory for Nami. There's some mystery surrounding it. Strong World was supposed to showcase some of that, but Oda decided to not do it because the people behind Strong World who were producing it felt like, or said that it was way too emotional. Right? So Oda didn't want that. He wanted something that, could get the heart pumping, because if you're watching a movie, you don't want to feel emotional. You want to feel action. You want your heart jumping. You want to see action, that kind of stuff. So he decided to just remove it from the Strong World. Right? Which saddens me because I would have really loved to see that, but Strong World turned out to be a fantastic movie that I enjoy. Next, we have a situation where Oda actually explained to one of the supervisors or like the screenwriter for Film Gold, where he talked about Nami's past and was like, okay, you can dwell on, you could like, do something about Nami's past, but don't go too far. Don't go beyond what you have planned, because I have something planned for Nami. There's a reason why I don't want you to go too deep or try to do something about Nami's past that will contradict what I want to do. It tells you that Oda has something planned for Nami. What that is, I don't know. Maybe it is, this about her being the moon goddess. There's some sort of connection there. Nami equals waves. Nami's name actually means waves in Japanese. Could literally be that when the stronger the moon becomes, the bigger the wave, the bigger the tidal wave becomes. Right? And we have the depiction of a moon here. And there are moon people. There are half moon people. There's something about the moon that raises myself and other Nami fans questions about, like, okay, what does Oda have planned for Nami? And is it possibly connected in some form or way to the moon people? Right? What can we hope for and expect from that? There's a lot of things connecting to it, but there's not enough evidence so far that we could say, oh, that's exactly what he's doing. And it could also connect to the Burqa theories. About Nami being related to the Burqa because of the possibilities of her in the Sky Islands and stuff like that. So who knows? But I do think there is a possibility that something like that can happen. Now, I want to point to one thing on this mural that I also want to add that I thought was really interesting. And I don't think I've seen anyone mention it. Let's see if I can zoom in. Okay, perfect. I could zoom in. I'm referring to this right here, this whale. This whale right here. And the raindrops. Right? I found that interesting. Because we don't know what this whale is. Many people believe it's going to be Laboon. I don't think it's Laboon. I honestly do not think it's Laboon. What I think this is, right here, is possibly the ancient weapon Uranus. The raindrops aren't raindrops. They're the beams of light that cascade down when Uranus is used. AKA the thing that destroyed Leloucha. The thing that Imu used to destroy Leloucha. If you remember, the beams of light that came down, they were big, but they could resemble the raindrops. This right here could be the ancient weapon of Uranus. Now, who would these two people be? Now, remember, there are only two characters, or at least that I could recall. There's only two characters that hold staff-like weapons. And they are Nami and Enno. If this is a depiction of the future, and I'll explain why I think this is a depiction of the future and like the final war that's going to happen in One Piece, and this is the past, this doesn't make any sense to have the Arc Maxim here if they're going to be using the Arc Maxim during this event. So if the Arc Maxim was something that was created in the past, which I believe was used to help the moon people get to the moon, which is what I think was happening here, that they were praying and dreaming and providing energy to the ancient flame to get to the moon, right? It's possible, right? That's what this was. So this to me could resemble something else than the Arc Maxim. It could resemble possibly the ancient weapon. Nami and Enno are writing it. Now, why would they be writing it? My guess is, if we're connecting Nami to the moon goddess, to, you know, Burka, right, and to the moon people, she could be the one in command of Uranus. Which is why I know there are some people who believe that Uranus will essentially, that Nami is the ancient weapon, right? I don't believe she is the ancient weapon, but I believe she's going to be the only one who will be capable of knowing how to use it without the Mother Flame. Because if they are able to find a way to get it, and let's also point this out, Nami's a thief, so she could definitely try to steal the ancient weapon from the world government. Not just her, but like, you know, she and a bunch of other people steal the ancient weapon Uranus. How would they be able to operate it without the Mother Flame, which, assuming this character is Imu, has? Right? You don't see the ancient weapon anywhere here on his side. If this is Imu, where is the ancient weapon? You don't see the ancient weapon anywhere. Right? Which is why I think at this point in time, the allies here have the ancient weapons in their hand. You have Shirahoshi here, aka Neptune. No, wait, not Neptune. Oh, what the hell's the name? Not Pluton. Poseidon. You have Shirahoshi here as Poseidon. Possibly you have somewhere here Pluton. Maybe Emmett is Pluton, or whoever this is. Maybe it might be Frankie. Maybe it might be Kuma. You never know. This could literally be maybe the ancient weapon, or fuck it, this might be the ancient weapon right here. If we're going with my first idea that I said previously, you never know. So where would the last weapon be? I think this is the only explanation of what the ancient weapon would be. And the only reason why it's a whale, because the people who drew this saw it, or the design of this was in the shape or looked like a whale. There's, I believe, an ancient story about a sky whale. Because in several stories there are depictions of a sky whale. There's one in Legend of Zelda. There's one, I believe, in, if I'm not mistaken, Xenoblade, but I could be wrong on that. But there are certain fictional depictions of a sky whale. Now, I do not believe the sky whale in any shape or form was actually a sky whale, but I think whatever the children saw the sky whale being was more than likely the ancient weapon Uranus. And the two people on there more than likely could be Nami and El, because they're the only ones that I could think of that actually use staffs as arsenals. Right? The raindrops could literally represent the beams of light that, you know, the ancient weapon can be using. Right? That's a possibility. So I think this might be a representation of the ancient weapon. This is another ancient weapon right here. And then possibly here. You never know. Or maybe Frankie's the ancient weapon. You don't know. You know, Frankie modifies himself to become the ancient weapon. You never know, right? It's very interesting. And, you know, I don't know how confident I am on that, but it does, to me, I think, has some value to it. Whether or not it's true or not, I do not know. Might have been a Legend Dragoon. Yeah. I mean, yeah. But let's look at the Harley text a little bit more to try to see what we can come up with this. All right. Look at Brian. Look at this guy. Brian, should you be going to sleep? Center looks like the divine tree. It's likely the devil fruit tree. Alright. So let's look at this. The first world. Shouldn't you be too? No, what? I don't get punished for I don't get a bad grade if I'm late. Nah, I'm never late. How dare you say such things, Brian? So, the first world. Within the earth, there's flame. Ah, look at flame. Woo! But it's more than likely talking about the mother flame or whatever the ancient flame was. People succumb to desires to seize the forbidden sun. More than likely, that is the sun right there. Look at that. Nah, those look like gears. Those look more like gears. We don't actually see the forbidden sun anywhere on this side, so who knows where it is. Right? But apparently people have it and been using it to to do power up maybe their ancient technology and stuff like that, The slaves wished and prayed. It's very likely that these are the slaves who are praying right here. The sun god appeared. Which one is the sun god? Could this be the sun god? It's possible he might be the sun god. But it could also be not. This is why, this is why it's very hard for me to see this. It's so difficult because it's like the slaves wish and prayed, the sun god appeared. Who is the sun god? Is this the sun god? Is he the sun god? It's so difficult to see exactly where is the sun god in this mural. The earth god grew furious, and with the hellflame serpent enveloped the world in death and darkness. I'm assuming this is the earth god. Right here. And with the hellflame serpent enveloped the world, which is what this represents, in death and darkness. He and they could not meet again. So who in the world is they that they're referring to? Who? He and they. I'm assuming they're referring to the earth god. No. He and they could not meet again. Within the earth there is flame. People succumb to desire as they seize the forbidden sun. The slaves wished and prayed, which is what I think these are. These are like their prayers, possibly. Or... yeah, these look like their prayers. Right? These look like the slaves. They're sending down the prayers. Well, no. These are coming up. Meaning these are the slaves that have been working in this. And it looks like what appears to be some sort of kingdom, factory or something like that, right? And these are the people who are sending their prayers up to the skies. Because you also see the same thing here, the stars. Then the sun god appeared. but we don't see a sun god here. I do not see a sun god. So I can't tell where the sun god is in that. Yeah, I have no idea where the sun god could be in that first half. Or the first third, I should say. Like, it could be this. It could be this fucker right here with the crown. Could be that. Slaves wish and prayed. The sun god appeared. The sun god did appear. Well, the slaves... Okay, so I see slaves here. And they are wishing and praying. They're going up and they're praying. Because I think that's what it is. But it could also be that they are... That this is what they're doing in terms of slave work. That they're powering whatever this thing is. But I do not know where the sun god is. Maybe the sun god is not depicted in this. Gear 5 appears with moon and manga, so maybe that. Interesting. That is possible. You could be right. That could be the depiction that the sun god here is. The only reason why I didn't think of it is because it looked like this is depicting the moment where they go on the Arx Maxim to the moon, which is where Enel finds that ancient civilization that's also up there. So I didn't think of the moon as being the representation of the sun god. Adding on to that, we dream at night. It's definitely possible. The Earth God grew furious. I'm assuming this is the Earth God. Unless it's Frankie. Frankie's the villain of One Piece. Damn it, Frankie. Okay, so the Earth God grew furious. And with the Hellflame Serpent, enveloped the world in death and darkness. He and they could not meet again. Are they talking about the Earth God and the Serpent? Or are they talking about the Earth God, the Serpent, and the Sun God? He and they could not meet again. It has to be the Earth God, the Hellflame Serpent, and the Sun God in some sort of way. He and they could not meet again. He and they could not meet again. Because, okay, if we're going with this idea that the Earth God is Emu, Emu survived, but the serpent died and became the Red Line, and the Sun God disappeared. And the people who escaped to the moon, which would mean that he and they could not meet. So I'm assuming that's referencing that the Earth God, who stayed who stayed alive, will never be able to meet the Earth Serpent and the Sun God of this era, of the First World. That's what I'm gonna assume. That's who they're referring to as they. Because I think that's the more, out of all of that, that's probably the more logical reasoning. Which, also, I do also want to mention this. I don't think anyone has even offered this idea, but what do you think of the Hellflame Serpent being Blackbeard? Not in terms of like, it being a descendant of the serpent, but more like what he might represent in the final war. Because I know a lot of people have been trying to connect Blackbeard in this somehow. Maybe the Hellflame Serpent is Blackbeard. The Earth God grew furious, and with the Hellflame Serpent enveloped the world in death and darkness. Emu represents that death because he's been trying to kill anyone who tries to stop him. And darkness is literally what the Blackbeard has with the Yami Yami no Mi. Which would mean that the Hellflame Serpent is connecting to Blackbeard. And the Earth God is Emu. They work together to defeat the Sun God of the first world. He, I'm assuming he's referring to the Earth God, and they could not meet again. He and they could not meet. See, now I'm confusing myself a little bit. Because if that's the case, then he and they could not meet again means that Emu and Blackbeard might not actually meet each other again. If they're talking about the Earth God and the Hellflame Serpent. This hurts my head. But you know what? It's an interesting idea that the Hellflame Serpent could be Blackbeard. Because he does want to, shroud the world in darkness. And it would fit that description that both the Earth God and the Hellflame Serpent, in this case Emu and Blackbeard, fuck, I can't fucking speak. Blackbeard enveloped the world in death and darkness. So could that actually be the possibility of them joining together to help continue spread death and darkness? Huh. Within the earth, there is flame. Luffy, Sun God, Emu, Earth God, Blackbeard, Serpent makes sense to me. I mean, if you want them to represent the three entities that will fight in the final war, it makes sense. It makes sense. If you want to connect, if you want to get Blackbeard involved in this entire thing, that would be the way to do it. I'm just looking up Serpent. A sly or treacherous person, especially one who exploits a position of trust in order to betray it, aka Blackbeard. Hold on. Interesting. Blackbeard has the ability to get more than one devil fruit. Right? Okay, so so let's just for one moment take a step back for a minute. If you want Blackbeard to be the final villain of One Piece, let's just say that, right? Which don't actually kind of believe. I think Emu is the final villain of One Piece, but let's just, for this idea, say that Blackbeard is the final villain. Right? He technically obtained a devil fruit that affects the earth, aka the quake fruit. because he's able to create earthquakes, which is part of the earth. Hellflame Serpent. If we're representing it as the darkness, it's the Yami no Mi. Then whatever else he gets would have to represent something. If the next fruit he gets is like, let's say, the devil form, which is what possibly Emu has, he could legit be the one that kills Emu, takes Emu's devil fruit or whatever power he has, aka demon. He's then able to become this. I don't know, maybe that's just... Maybe that's overthinking a little bit. I think the idea that Blackbeard represents the Hellflame Serpent, I think, is the more logical. The more logical theory than him representing that him eventually him gaining 3 devils that represent all 3 of them. The Earth God, aka the Quake Fruit. Yami Yami no Mi could literally be this, and then whatever else he obtains would be that. Probably not. It's an interesting idea, but I don't know how much of it holds weight. Because I was looking up the Hydra, which is a serpent. You know. I read scripts, and the big thing I was taught is that connections can be made with repeated dialogue. The only repeated dialogue that I see within all 3 texts are a few things. About someone or some people meeting again. I meant in the case of the Blackbeard being the serpent. Sorry, I got hit with ads. Oh, I see. Huh. I mean, yeah, that's like... To me, I think if you want to add Blackbeard into this mural, or into this idea that he will be part of the final war, that would literally be the only way he could fit. The other idea about him representing all 3 of those, because of he'll be able to obtain 3 devil fruits, I mean, that's also a fun idea, but I don't know how much of that I am confident in, you know? I have more confidence in Blackbeard representing the Hellflame Serpent than him representing all 3 of them. I bought another one of these little keychain things. I'm hoping to finally get the Nami one. I got Brooke. I got Brooke. I'm gonna assume I missed out on the Nami one because I think they only have like one more left. Dang it. Oh well. Let me think. Envelop the world in death and darkness. I mean, the darkness part hits me with it being Blackbeard, but the one thing I will say that wouldn't have it represent him is that he also does have the D initial. Which means he would have to be one of the moon people. Right? Well, half moon people, I should say. Half moon. Then again, if he does represent the serpent, he's a treacherous liar, which goes with my other theory that someone in Joy Boy's crew betrayed him, which could have been this serpent. That a member of Joy Boy's crew, the reason why he lost the war against Emu was because Blackbeard's ancestor was the one who betrayed him, and because of what he did, he essentially was cursed with what Blackbeard is experiencing now, which is that he can't sleep. The same reason Nisha was cursed, because more than likely whoever's Blackbeard's ancestor was that betrayed Joy Boy believed him and then was cursed because of that. I don't know. It's like my idea, my initial idea, my first idea of this, where this entire mural represents the events that will happen in the final war. That's why I have this like gut feeling that this mural doesn't necessarily represent the past. It doesn't like it. Sorry, it showcases the things of the past. But it also represents stuff that's actually going to happen as well. Both sides. Like, for example, if we're going with this idea that Emu represents this and Blackbeard represents the serpent, they are going to align themselves together and cause death and darkness. The slaves wished and prayed for the sun god to appear. That is when Luffy appears as the sun god. Right? Then the sun god left. Then he reappears in the third world. As they seized the forbidden sun, the slaves wished and prayed, the sun god appeared. He and they could not meet again. Within the nothingness of his breast, the forest god sent forth devils. The sun only aggravated the fires of war. The people of the half moon had a dream. The people of the moon had a dream. People killed the sun and became gods. The sea god rampaged. He and they could not meet again. Within the chaos there is void. The meddlesome lingering shadows shall remember the day of promise. They will listen to the voices of the half-broken moon. The sun god dances, he laughs, he leads towards the world's end. The sun will return, a new morning will arrive, and he and they will surely meet again. The earth god grew furious, and with the help of him, serpent enveloped the world in death and darkness. He and they could not meet again. Within the nothingness there is breath. The forest god sent forth devils. The sun only aggravated the fires of war. Which I explained a little bit before, that the sun only aggravated the fires of war. This might not be representing the sun god. This actually, the sun only aggravated the fires of war. It's not talking about the sun god. It's specifically talking about the mother flame. Or the ancient flame. People killed the sun and became gods. This is where it feels like they're talking about the sun god, right? The sea god rampaged. He and they could not meet again. This might not be representing Joy Boy. This might not be representing the sun god. Within the nothingness there is breath. The forest god sent forth devils. The sun only aggravated the fires of war. Because the ancient kingdom had the ancient flame. People killed the sun, meaning that they destroyed the ancient flame. And with the ancient kingdom destroyed, alongside the flame, they ascended to godhood, which is the celestial dragons. Which is why Emu needs a mother flame, because the ancient flame is gone. Within the nothingness there is breath. The forest god sent for devils. This is the devil fruit tree, more than likely. The sun only aggravated the fires of war. The battle between the 20 kingdoms and the ancient kingdom. The eternal flame, the ancient flame, was so powerful that more than likely the 20 kings wanted it, or that the ancient kingdom was abusing its powers. Or it could literally be that the 20 kings were jealous of the ancient kingdom for having that power and becoming such an advanced technology, and they wanted it for themselves, and thus that's how the war started. The people of the half moon had a dream. The people of the moon had a dream. The people of the moon had a dream. People killed the sun, became gods. People of the half moon had a dream. The people of the half moon had a dream, meaning the people with the initial D in their name. Had a dream. The people of the moon had a dream. I'm gonna guess the people of the moon were the people of the ancient kingdom. No, wait. The people of the half moon had a dream. The people of the moon had a dream. People killed the sun and became gods. The sea god rampaged, and he and they could not meet again. Within the nothingness there is breath. The forest gods sent forth devils. The sun only aggravated the fires of war. The people of the half moon had a dream. The people of the moon had a dream. People killed the sun and became gods. Hey Jarvis, the sea god rampaged. He and they could not meet again. It's going. I'm just trying to rack my brain around all this amazing lore stuff that we got from the recent One Piece chapter. Okay, within the nothingness, because the world was shrouded in darkness, there is breath. I think what will help is debating whether or not the devil fruit tree was a gift or a punishment. Right. Well, it says here, within the nothingness there is breath. And then comes the line, the forest guards send forth devils. It's like the first two lines are basically, to me, the way I interpret it is saying, within the darkness, there is breath. The forest god created the devil fruit tree and sent forth devils. Was that a gift or a punishment? Okay, so I would say the devil fruit tree was a gift. How would the sun be aggravated? According to this, it's not saying that the sun was aggravated. It's saying that the sun aggravated the fires of war, which is a different meaning. The sun only aggravated the fires of war. It means that the sun wasn't the thing that was aggravated. The sun helped aggravate whatever conflict was happening. If we are interpreting the sun as not the sun god, but the energy source that the ancient kingdom used, then that energy source aggravated the conflict that was surrounding everyone else, which in this situation would be the 20 kings. They were having issues with the ancient kingdom because they had this energy source, and more than likely the ancient kingdom was not willing to share it. And because they were not willing to share it, it created conflict between them and the 20 kings. It has to be a gift that was used for the wrong purpose. The people of the half moon had a dream. The people of the moon had a dream. People killed the sun and became gods. It's possible that the sun, assuming that it has to be a gift that was used for the wrong purpose. The forest got sent for dead sun only aggravated the fires of war. So, if we're going by that, the ancient flame that was used as the energy source of the ancient kingdom was not being shared with the other 20 kingdoms. That caused issues. That caused conflict. The 20 kings could not defeat the ancient kingdom and their energy source unless they had some sort of power which came from the forest god, which turned them into devils. And using the power of the devils, they aggravated the fires of war because they would then go after the ancient kingdom for that energy source, or try to destroy that energy source and destroy the ancient kingdom itself. Because likely the ancient kingdom didn't want to share it because they knew that the 20 Kings would use it for the wrong purpose. Instead of advancing technology, they'll probably use it for something else. Which is why then you have a conflict about who was right and who was wrong in the war. The 20 Kings wanted the Ancient Kingdom to share the Ancient Flame, or the Sun in this case. But the Ancient Kingdom was not allowing it because more than likely the Ancient Kingdom realized that the 20 Kings were going to be using it for the wrong purpose. Which is why they didn't want to share it. This caused conflict between them and the 20 Kings. The Sea God Rampage. The Sea God Rampage because the Forest God gave the 20 Kings the ability to fight and destroy the Ancient Kingdom and the Sun, and curse them with the inability to swim because of their actions. I'm trying to see if I could reword that. Trying to see if I could reword that. Hold on. Alright, hold on. Within the darkness, I'm assuming that the nothingness represents the darkness from the first world. Right? Darkness and chaos that occurred from the first world. From first world, there is breath, meaning that there's breath, meaning that there is some sort of there's life. Essentially, there's breath, there's life. Breath of the wild. Hey, no. Breath means that there's life coming back to the world. Because in order to have life, in order for anyone to be alive, they have to breathe. Which means that within the darkness there is a light that refuses to be extinguished. Right? The forest guards send forth devils. Devil fruit tree. Devil fruit tree. Send forth devils. The devils in this case are people with abilities. The sun only aggravated the fires of war. It doesn't say sun god. Because here it says the sun god. In the third world. In the first world it says the sun god. But never in the second text does it say sun god. Why is it that the only world that doesn't showcase a sun god is the second one? That's why my thinking is going to that maybe Joyboy was never a sun god. Joyboy never reached that moment that he would become the sun god. Which would likely mean that there's another step that Luffy has to take to become the sun god. If the second world is referring to Joyboy and the hold on. Maybe, okay. Hold on. Okay, hear me out on this. What if we're all seeing it wrong, or interpreting it a little bit wrong? The second world isn't representing Joy Boy. The first world is. Hear me out on this. Within the earth, there is flame. People succumb to desire as they seize the forbidden sun. The ancient kingdom. The ancient kingdom have that energy source. As they seized the forbidden sun, the slaves wished and prayed, and the sun god appeared, aka Joy Boy. The earth god grew furious, aka Emu, and with the Hellflame Serpent, the 20 kings, or maybe Blackbeard. Think of it this way. It's like a sports player. Those who don't know the legacy refer to them by name. Those who witnessed what they did first time refer to them as the greatest. With Joe Boy's failure of mind, it makes sense of why he and the sun god are referred so differently. I see what you mean. Okay, I see what you mean. But hear me out. The earth god grew furious, and with the Hellflame Serpent enveloped the world in death and darkness. The earth god Emu and the Hellflame Serpent, the one who betrayed Joy Boy, enveloped the world in death and darkness by defeating Joy Boy and the ancient kingdom, and killed all the races, such as Lunarians, and darkness as in the void. As in the 100-year void, he and they could not meet again. Then in the second world, it's talking about the current world. Within the nothingness, aka the void century, there is breath. The forest god sent forth devils. Thus, people had devil fruits. People had devil fruits now. The sun only aggravated the fires of war. The people of the half moon had a dream, aka the people of the deed. The people of the moon had a dream. People killed the sun and became gods. The sea god rampage, aka gave people who had devil fruit powers the inability. This is essentially the beginning of what happened after Joy Boy's defeat. This is talking about Joy Boy's. This is talking about the world Joy Boy lived in and his defeat. This is talking about the world as it currently is, as well as the beginning of after Joy Boy was defeated. Which, so this world is before Joy Boy's defeat. The slaves who were imprisoned wished and prayed for Joy Boy. The sun god appeared, aka Joy Boy. He freed them. Emu, the earth god, grew furious, and with the Hellflame Serpent, the man who betrayed Joy Boy, enveloped the world in death and darkness, aka the person with the Yami Yami no Mi, aka would be Blackbeard's not descendant, ancestor. In Death and Darkness, they killed all the races that helped Joy Boy. Such as, or they hunted, essentially, the Buccaneers and stuff like that. The Lunarians. enveloped the world in death and darkness, aka the Void Century, and he and they could not meet again, aka Emu will not be able to meet Joy Boy and the people who allied with Joy Boy ever again. This is the beginning after Joy Boy's defeat. Within the nothingness there is breath. The Devil Fruit Tree was formed and granted the people powers. The Ancient Kingdom essentially still had the sun, and then people killed the sun, aka they killed the Ancient Flame or whatever it was that was providing the Ancient Kingdom with power, with the technology, and Emu and the people killed it, and thus they became the Celestial Dragons that lived on top of the Red Line. The sun only aggravated the fires of war, meaning that after Joy Boy's defeat and the Sun God's defeat, everyone else was still trying to grab that sun. Joy Boy's defeat essentially allowed, Emu and the others and the 20 Kings to continue the war with the Ancient Kingdom to grab that to essentially destroy that Ancient Flame. The people of the Half Moon had a dream. The people who witnessed Joy Boy's death had a dream that Joy Boy will one day be, or the Sun God will one day be reunite, or will be revived in the near future. The people of the Moon had a dream. I don't know what that necessarily is referring to because we don't know who the people of the Moon are. But Emu was successful. They destroyed the Ancient Kingdom. They destroyed the Ancient Flame, the ancient energy source, and became gods. Essentially, they took over the world. They took over the world in terms of the world government. The Sea God Rampage, aka anyone who used the Devil Fruits, were essentially cursed. He and they could not meet again. And then the third world is essentially what's going to happen, aka Luffy's story. Within the chaos, there is a void, which you could say is the 100-year void as well. The meddlesome lingering shadow Emu shall remember the day of promise. I'm not sure who he promised. They will listen to the voices of the half-broken moon. The voices of the people of the will of the Dee. The Sun God dances. He laughs. The Sun God returns. He leads towards world's end. AKA the current world. AKA the second world. The sun will return. A new morning will arrive. AKA the third world. And he and they will surely meet again. I don't know. How does that sound? Like, because if this mural was possibly created 800 years ago, around the time of the Void Century, it would explain why this would be something that existed. And why they would be able to paint this. This is the Ancient Kingdom. These are the slaves. This is probably, more than likely, whoever was the king of the Ancient Kingdom at the time. This is Emu. This is whoever betrayed Joy Boy. And this depicts the second world, which is the events that are going to happen to then create the third world. I mean, the first world represents, if we're going by this, the first world represents the time during Joy Boy's life. The second world represents the current world as well as the world after Joy Boy's defeat. And then the third world represents the world after Luffy defeats Emu or whoever the final villain is. Yeah. I think it's because a lot of people thought that there might have been Nika, Joy Boy, and then Luffy as three different entities of the Sun God. I think because people believe that, they don't realize that it's possible that Joy Boy and Nika were the same being. Or that Nika was a fairy tale. But because people dreamed of it, the devil fruit that was formed the devil fruit tree gave life to the Nika fruit, which allowed Joy Boy to become the sun god. Hold on. Actually, that might not be the case because you couldn't have Joy Boy become Nika without the devil fruit first forming. Because then that's how he will then be able to get the devil fruit. Unless the Nika fruit was like a very rare thing. What are the chances the Nika fruit was engineered? Like, what are the chances that the Nika fruit was something that the Ancient Kingdom engineered and Joy Boy ate it? Similar to how, like, Luffy ate his devil fruit, like, just randomly without knowing what it was. What are the chances of that happening? I mean, it would fit. There's that connection that Joy Boy just randomly took an engineered devil fruit, ate it, and everyone was shocked when he did. And it was very similar to how fucking Luffy did it when he took the devil fruit from the treasure chest from Shanks and ate it without knowing what it was. Man, I need a my brain is like going all over the place today. But you know what? It's not a bad idea. This idea, right? That the first world represents everything up to the point the sun god appeared, aka Joy Boy, the earth god grew furious, which was Emu, and with the Hellflame Serpent, possibly the one who betrayed Joy Boy, enveloped the world in death and darkness, aka they killed anyone who supported Joy Boy, who supported the Ancient Kingdom, and together, they stopped Joy Boy. After they stopped Joy Boy, the Ancient Kingdom created the Devil Fruit Tree, which people depicted as the forest god, right? But with the power of the sun, if this was an energy source that could like literally create things, I could see it being possible that the Ancient Kingdom were the ones who created the Devil Fruits. That this ancient tree was originally in the Ancient Kingdom, which they somehow used the sun or something to turn it into, a devil fruit tree, right? Sent forth the devils. The sun only aggravated the fires of war, meaning that Emu and the people realized what they did with the sun. Destroyed the sun to prevent them from creating something that could oppose them. They were successful. They killed the sun, rose to the celestial dragons, but the sea god didn't like what happened. Fuck. like, I mean, I don't know how confident I am in that. Because it's like, there's some sense to it, but there's also things that kind of just like, it doesn't fit. Within the earth, there is flame, right? People succumb to desires to seize the forbidden sun, aka the ancient kingdom. The slaves wished and prayed, and then the sun god appeared. Would Emu... If the ancient kingdom had and seized the forbidden sun, why would Joy Boy align himself with the ancient kingdom? If they're the ones who had slaves. Why would the Earth God be furious? Which would mean that if Joy Boy was aligned with the ancient kingdom, they are not the ones that sees the forbidden sun. Wait. Within the earth there is flame, people succumb to desire as they seize the forbidden sun. They talk about people though. They reference people again here. People kill the sun. People succumb to desires they seize the forbidden sun. Okay, so the people who killed the sun are the same people who succumb to desire and seize the forbidden sun. The slaves wished and prayed, aka the people who were providing power to possibly Emu for the forbidden sun, wished and prayed for salvation. Joy Boy appeared alongside the ancient kingdom. The earth god grew furious, aka Emu, and with the Hellflame Serpent, the one who essentially betrayed Joy Boy, enveloped the world in death, aka they killed many different races that probably aligned with the ancient kingdom, and darkness, aka whoever it was that betrayed Joy Boy had the Yami Yami no Mi. He and they could not meet again. I'm assuming they're referring to Emu and Joy Boy. Emu, Joy Boy, and whoever teacher's ancestor was. The second world is when it actually starts right after Joy Boy. After Joy Boy's defeat. Because after Joy Boy's defeat, the ancient kingdom also lost. Within the nothingness there is breath, aka after Joy Boy's death, after Joy Boy's, as the sun god was extinguished, there is life, aka there was a miracle occurred. Whoever, the forest gods sent forth devils, aka the devil fruit tree. If something or someone manufactured devil fruits before the devil fruit tree to give the power of the sun god to Joy Boy, the fires of war, aka the sun god aggravated the fires of war, it will mean that they will probably use the ancient flame, or the sun in this case, to create the devil fruit tree and give the power to fight against the people, aka the ones Emu was aligned with. The battle for the sun occurred, but the ancient kingdom lost because despite everything, they still lost. But what occurred, and when there's within the nothingness there's breath, the forest god sent forth devils. Is this? I wonder if this is referring to the fact that after Joy Boy's death, people thought that the Sun God was not going to come back, but with the Forest God creating the Devil Fruit Tree, that is the life that was brought into the second world, which is the one that we're currently in terms of One Piece line and One Piece standards. And that gives life to the fact that that the Sun God could appear again. If the Ancient Kingdom or somebody created the Devil Fruit Tree using the power of the Ancient Flame, it caused issues and war between the Ancient Kingdom and the Sun God and Imu. The people of the Half Moon had a dream. I'm still going to go with the idea that the people of the Half Moon are the people who were part of Joy Boy's crew, who dreamed that one day Joy Boy will return, or a former Joy Boy will return. That, I think, is what that dream is about. The people of the Half Moon are the ones who essentially were aligned with Joy Boy, were part of his pirate crew. And their dream was that one day Joy Boy will return. Which is why Zanisha hoped for it. Zanisha dreamed of it. Amit dreamed of it. The people of the moon had a dream. The people of the moon, I think, is the Ancient Kingdom. The people of the moon were the Ancient Kingdom who fled to the moon. Their dream is that one day they will return with somebody. That somebody will go to them and find them and bring them back down to Earth. That is their dream. People killed the sun. Because of, Imu being too powerful and, it looked like there was no hope. He killed the sun to prevent people from creating or using the sun to use it against him. And when that happened and the Ancient Kingdom was defeated, he ascended to godhood with the 20 kings, 19 kings, because the Nefertari family did not want to get involved. Because of what occurred, the Sea God Rampage, aka the events of that battle, caused the flood. That is why the Sea God Rampage, because of the flood. And because the Sea God and the moon, because of the way the sea is sometimes tethered to the moon in terms of like, if the moon shines brightly or the moon gets bigger, the tides get bigger, the sea acts differently. The Sea God Rampage, because the people of the moon had to flee and were defeated and thus created the flood. The flood is essentially just them the Sea God is just them referring to the flood. He and they could not meet again. So I think Sun God dances, he laps, he leads towards world's end, the sun will return. Fuck, man. Anytime, it's weird because anytime I think I have an epiphany, the more you read it, the more things switch up. And you realize all of a sudden, oh, wait. That kind of contradicts what I'm trying to say. God, Oda is good at this. This is actually a fantastic way of like keeping people constantly talking. Within the chaos there is void, the meddlesome lingering shadow shall remember the day of promise. The meddlesome lingering shadows shall remember the day of promise. I find it interesting that the people kill the sun. It reminds me of a king being overthrown and is imposed to a new ruler. They distributed power evenly, hence the symbolism of the empty throne. I mean, yeah, that could definitely be what that is referring to as well. People kill the sun. Yeah, because once... Okay, assuming the sun is the ancient flame, if you kill it, everyone then is essentially on even playing fields, except for Emu, right? Everyone essentially is on equal playing field, because now no country, no kingdom has that like really powerful energy source that the ancient kingdom had. Thus, everyone is literally on an equal playing field, except for Emu. But even Emo doesn't have the power of the sun, which is why he needs which is why Vegapunk was creating the Mother Flame. They made the decision to destroy the sun, to destroy the energy source, so that none of them could use it. To which Emu probably at some point was like, "Fuck," or he's doing it behind their backs, essentially. Right? Emu is doing everything behind their backs. Hello? Am I live? Can everybody see me? Am I back? It looks like I'm back. My internet just fucking turned off. Well, it didn't turn off, but it just disconnected me for some reason. That was weird. That was fucking weird. I'm back. Thanks, Brian. That was so weird. No idea what that was about. What we saying? Right. Which is why he hasn't sat on the throne yet. Yes. He's keeping the facade until possibly he's waiting to obtain the perfected Mother Flame. And he'll betray the 20 Kings. Because he acquired the sun. Thus, he will take his rightful throne as the king of the world the same way the ancient kingdom, or he believed the ancient kingdom was going to do. We discovered too much? Yeah, I know. That's why I get disconnected. Oda was watching me and he was just like, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa. FBI, Phoebe, call Phoebe. God damn it. He's finding out the secrets. No. Cancel the stream. Turn it off. Imagine. I would be shocked if that was the case, but it's not. Where was I now? Right, yeah, we were talking about the empty throne. Yeah, so that would make sense. People killed the sun. The king was overthrown. Everybody essentially decided that everyone is an equal. But Emu is doing stuff behind in the shadows, where he wants to obtain the Mother Flame or the perfected Mother Flame and gain control of the entire world. Once it's perfected, he will reveal himself to be the king of the world. And essentially betrayed I mean, technically he's not betraying the Celestial Dragons because he would just be giving more power to the celestial dragons. I see that the ads are playing, so I'll wait. Okay, we're back. Okay. Alright, welcome back, everyone. Within the chaos, there's a void. You could say that's the void century. The meddlesome lingering shadows shall remember the day of promise. I don't think that's referring to Emu. A lot of people have been saying the meddlesome lingering shadows shall remember the day of promise. I don't think that's Emu. Granted, it was probably because of the fan translations that came out first. Probably they thought they were talking about Emu, but the meddlesome usually means, well, lingering. Well, it's talking about in plural form, not singular. Which means that the meddling lingering shadow shall remember the day of the promise. Meaning that is probably the people with the D. With the D initial. Those are the meddlesome lingering shadows. They will listen to the voices of the half-broken moon. Of the half-broken moon. Listen to the voices of the half-broken moon. Of the half-broken moon, meaning the... To the will of these nuts. Yeah. They will listen to the voices of the half-broken moon. The sun god dances, he laughs. He leads towards the world's end. The sun will return. A new morning will arrive. So I have a theory that I made a while back. Let me see if I could find the video for it. But I made a theory a while back, talking about what I think the One Piece is. But then again, I might have imagined that I made that video. Because I don't remember if I actually did a video on it. Okay, so I did make a video on it. Which I was right. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute, I was right. The fun. All right, let me show you something. Come on. This is my video. The final conflict is for the Mother Flame. The sun will return. The final conflict is for the Mother Flame, aka the sun, the perfected flame. The One Piece is the final piece to complete the Mother Flame, aka create the sun. I mean, it's still speculation, it's still a theory. I can't for sure say that that's exactly what it is. But it's aligning with the idea I had. You know, I can't say this is correct, but it is aligning with the idea I had. The moment Vegapunk said that the Mother Flame is incomplete, it made me think like, well, what is needed to complete it? You know, how would something like that be completed? It would require something that Vegapunk hasn't invented or found yet to make it the sun again. The One Piece is going to be that final piece to perfect the Mother Flame and make it the next sun, that energy source. And when you really think about, like, you know, think of it similar to Spider-Man 2, where Doc Ock was talking about the power of the sun in the palm of my hand, because the sun is an unlimited energy source. The person who finds the One Piece will be able to shape the world, to make the sun and have this unlimited energy source. This energy can be used to not only return to the ancient civilization, create this new technology, but think about what else an unlimited energy source can do. It can help create new medicine, aka help Chopper create cures for all the diseases in the world. It can create technological advances that progress humankind. Or, well, not humankind or mankind, just worldkind. It can do all of this as long as the person who has it is able to dictate how he wants the world to be. Emu wants to remain in control. He will need the power of the sun to be able to continue that control and essentially become a dictator. You know, where people fear him, where like pirates like Luffy don't exist anymore. But if Luffy's able to get it and he's able to recreate his dream, wherever his dream is, he can dictate how the world goes. And if he wants freedom, he will then allow people the freedom to do and use the energy source for whatever they want, for whatever their dreams are. Which is why when Vegapunk talks about whether each side of the war was neither good or bad, it's because of the different philosophies they both had. The Ancient Kingdom didn't want to share the sun because they knew what they would do with the sun. Or they feared what they would do with the sun. But Emu and the people wanted them to share the sun so that they can use its power as well. And either side, you would think like, oh, well, I could see their point of view, and I could see the other side's point of view. I could see why the ancient kingdom didn't want to share the sun, but I could also see it in a way where it's like they're selfish for not wanting to share it. Good and bad. And then you could see on the other side why it's good, that they want to share the sun, share the energy source. But the things they've done, they would probably use the power of the sun for bad things. Or like, you don't trust them with the power of the sun. Good and bad. It's for sure going to be a piece of the story, just one piece. Then we'll have two piece, where Luffy goes and buys KFC chicken wings. He buys a 2-piece from KFC. Wow. The half-broken moon. So what would... They will listen to the voices of the half-broken moon. Well, I'm assuming the half-broken moon means the people of the D, right? The people with the letters with the initial D in their name. The meddlesome, lingering shadows shall remember the day of promise, which more than likely it's referring to the people with the initial D. They will listen to the voices of the half-broken moon. Listen to the voices of the half-broken moon. The will of the D. No need to overthink it. Yeah, no. The thing I'm trying to think is... They will listen to the voices of the half-broken... It's plural. It's definitely referring to the people with the will of the... I'm not trying to overthink that. But it says voices. It would mean that it's not one individual, but it's a collective group of the people with the will of the D. But then it also says half-broken moon. This is the part where I might overthink it a little bit. What if there's half-broken moon, which means that there's two pieces of the moon that will come together? It's one moon, two different voices that represent each of the half-broken moon. And it's specifically talking about the voices of the half-broken moon, meaning more than one. So that might be in connection to Luffy and Blackbeard. The Nami fan in me think it's Nami, but if I'm thinking without any sort of agenda or bias, they will listen to the voices of the half-broken moon. It's two broken halves. The will is the voice. The same will be shared by multiple voices, then the half moon represents a letter per se. We just don't know what that will is. The will is the voice. The same will shared by multiple voices. Okay. You see, that makes a lot more sense. You know what? That makes a lot more sense. I get it now. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, that's why I was like, I might be overthinking that part a little bit. So it was just like, yeah. I was thinking that maybe they tried listening to the two voices, Blackbeard and Luffy, and the Sun God is the voice that they listen to instead of Blackbeard. He leads towards the world's end, the sun will return, a new morning will arrive, and he and they will surely meet again. He and they will surely meet again. So now the question is, who's he and they? He and they could not meet again. He and they could not meet again. The Viz translation goes, and they will never meet, and they will never meet, and they will surely meet. Within the earth there was fire. Mankind succumbed to greed and touched the forbidden sun. The enslaved prayed, and the sun god appeared. The earth got rage, and with its serpent of hellfire, shrouded the world in death and darkness, and they will never meet. And I mean, to me, that just sounds like fucking Emu and Blackbeard, honestly. The second world. Within the void there was breath. The forest god tamed demons, and the sun spread the fires of war. Those of the half-moon dream. Those of the moon dream. Man killed the sun and became God. And the sea god stormed, and they will never meet. Within the chaos there was emptiness. The inconvenient remnants recall the promised day and hear the voice of the half-moon. Interesting, the Viz only says voice. Artur's apparently says voices. The meeting of two kings, the Sea Kings mentioned, which might be Job and Poseidon. In that case, the two people as a whole, but rather a big group of people. Hard to say, but one of it is referring in a broader way to all the people, the union of all people and races as one piece. I mean, that is also true. That makes the most sense to me, at least, as it will make sense by context that the subject is all those previously mentioned. Like, at least all the people will be united as one instead of being separated. I mean, the thing is, the only thing I would say to that is that it goes against what Oda said. The one thing that Oda said, which was that the One Piece is a physical thing. You know? Let me just double check to make sure he said that. Huh. Sorry, I'm reading through like this forum trying to find the fucking quote of that Oda said that the One Piece is a physical thing. Roger described it as a tale full of laughs, which gave them the idea to name the final island Laugh Tale. Sometime after the Roger Pirates' discovery, the world at large would begin to refer to Roger's treasure as the One Piece. The Nami fan in me wants Oda to trace this thing and make her the rain god. Okay. How many gods are there that we know of? There's the Earth God, there's the Forest God, there is the Sun God, the Sea God. What are the other ones? There's 4. So the Forest God, the Earth God, the Sea God, and the Sun God. Correct? Is there a moon goddess at all? Forest, Earth, Rain, Sun. Hold on, let me see. Skypea? Hold on. Do you know which chapter that was? Or, like, when that was? Is it Rain God because the only other thing here is the Sea God? Are you sure it's rain? Look up 4 gods? Oh, here we go. God of the rain, God of the forest, God of the land. Huh. I see, okay. Huh, interesting. God of the sun, God of the rain, God of the forest, God of the earth. Well, yeah, it's tough to say. That would be Nami being the rain god simply just because if we're going by like everything else, it would require her to have a devil fruit ability. So, but I will say this: maybe you don't necessarily need to have a devil fruit because you probably weren't here when I came, or when I came. Whoa, terrible phrasing. When I started the stream, but I saw a theory on how she could pick a goddess for that one. It was low-key kind of crazy. I have a suggestion for you. This right here. To me, in my personal opinion, that right there is possibly the ancient weapon Uranus. 1,000 yards there, yeah. That is the ancient weapon Uranus. There are two people standing on top of this whale-like thing. Both of them are carrying what look like staffs. What are two characters that we've known so far in One Piece that utilize staffs? Two characters that utilize staffs in One Piece so far. Enel and Nami. Nami and Enel have a connection. He invited her to ride the Arc Maxim to Verth. These rain droplets might not be rain droplets. They might actually be the beams of light that were used to destroy Lelouch. What if it's possible, and this is just a theory, that both Nami and Enel will be able to effectively use Uranus to essentially use it as the ancient weapon without the Mother Flame. Because of her knowledge with weather patterns, and more than likely, whatever the Mother Flame essentially is, they could combine their strengths together to... What if the weapon's in the whale, but the staff itself? Oh, that's interesting. I mean, that's very possible. If Nami's the only one who would be able to use the staff, or who has a staff weapon, is able to use it, what's to say that with Enel's powers and her knowledge of weather, they were able to use the ancient weapon effectively without the Mother Flame, and that would be how Luffy is able to have the ancient weapons, all three ancient weapons, together for their fight against Emu. Alright, we're back. Welcome back. Just Sandy, you didn't have to do that. Thank you for the gift sub. Holy shit. Thank you, Sandy. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, Sandy. That's so kind of you. Yeah. Sandy's been delivering W's the entire time since he joined the stream. W's all around, always W's. The ancient city of Burka. So I was gonna say, if Poseidon is a being and Pluton is a war machine, it would make sense for Uranus to be a handheld. So essentially what you're saying is that Uranus would be essentially like some sort of weapon. Like an actual physical weapon of some sort, or like some sort of item. I mean, it's possible. There's nothing to say that's not a possibility. That's what's great about One Piece. That's definitely a possibility. Yeah, because it would be too repetitive if it was another being, a war machine. Well, I never once thought or believed in the idea that Nami was Uranus, the ancient weapon Uranus. I never believed that idea. So I never once thought of that. So well, the other thing it could be is a Sky Island. There's also that theory going around. That it's a Sky Island that was manufactured and created to become a living weapon. Or it's just some sort of weapon. There's that theory going around. There's an ancient city on the moon named Burka, where technology and architecture were highly advanced. The city's name is the same as Burka, Sky Island forest to the southeast of Skypiea. From paintings on the walls, some of the city's history is revealed. It was home to the Moon People, the ancestors of the Skypians, Shandorians, and Burkans. But one day they left Burka and headed to the main planet. Oh, so it might not have even been the Ancient Kingdom. Due to the lack of resources on their homeland, they left their creations on the moon. They left Burka and headed to the main planet due to lack of resources on their homeland. They left their creations on the moon, the robot-like creatures named Automata. It is unknown when their immigration took place, but it was at least 1100 years ago, since it was at the time that the city of Sandora was prosperous. The descendants of the citizens who left the moon appear to have forgotten their origins. Although the moon, called Fairyverth and believed to be a place of dreams, remains a folktale amongst the Burkans. Enno, after studying history with the Upper Yard, came to the belief that the moon is the legendary land that he sought, an endless land of sacred dirt, also known as Verth. This is the reason that he constructed the Ark Maxim. The city, which was in an underground basement within the moon's surface has been uninhabited for a long time and has since long fell into ruin. Despite this, the city retains its advanced look, with the automata being in capsules with inactive electric generators and machinery. The space pirates have been digging into the ruins while also warring with the full automata that are created by Dr. Tsukimi. During his adventures on the moon, Eno eventually finds out the ruins of Burka after defeating the space pirates and gaining the loyalty of the full automata he had rescued from certain death. After reading the murals on the walls, he recharged the ancient automata and decided to settle there. Interesting. The ancient lunar city Burka may have been named after the real-life Burka, a Viking Age trading center in Sweden. The Ming Sulong transformation is similar to the myth about werewolves, who will also transform from humans into ferocious bipedal animals under the light of the full moon. One confusing aspect of One Piece lore stems for a shot of an orrery scene in the Tree of Knowledge on Ohara, which depicts the world being surrounded by 6 natural satellites. While this could be interpreted as the world having 6 moons, no other explicit reference to the existence of multiple moons is made in canon, suggesting that instead the archaic array uses a geocentric model of the solar system, with one satellite representing the world's moon and the other 5 satellites representing other planets in the solar system. Okay. And the 4 automata managed to go there traveling in balloons. Interesting. Burka, Burka Moon. Mural. Oh, here we go. That's what I wanted to see. Here we go. Let's look at the color version. That's not... That is not what I needed. Copy image address. Here we go. There we go. Yes. So, a lot of people were saying that that's not Luffy, because Luffy doesn't fight with the sword and shield. People have to understand that, like, the children or whoever drew the art of that, the only way they know about the sun god or about Nika in general was literally that depiction of the sun god. It's not supposed to... It's symbolically, it's supposed to represent Luffy. But obviously, they didn't know exactly how Luffy was going to fight or how he's going to look. They just took the image of the sun god and they just painted it. So, people saying that that's not the sun god because Luffy doesn't carry a sword and shield. Don't take that literally. That the sun god has to be someone who does use a sword and shield. I think people are taking that too literally. You have the sun. The ancient moon people have wings. AKA the Shandorians, the Birkins, and all that stuff. They had wings. Kind of like similar to how Urog has wings. So, yeah. So we have the sun god, the ancient giant, which likely will be Loki. We got the normal giants. We got what looks like the mink tribe. We have fishmen and mermaids. We have the Tontata. We have what I assume will be humans. In general, you have Momo, right? A lot of people saying this is the Kuja Pirates. I'd argue it's not. Because they have the same symbol as Luffy's shield. But the symbol also is from somewhere. Peace. I think it was throne room. I think it was in the throne room where you see it. Okay, it's not in the throne room. Maybe it's the Kuma thing. Yes. So that symbol was also here. Let me see if I could find the connection of what that. Oh, here we go. The Suncho. Speaking of all this, however, there's an important detail in this chapter that heavily recontextualizes a lot of things. Is a very small, easy to miss detail. That is the cross in Kuma's church. Because it's not just a regular cross like the ones we've seen on Thriller Bark, for example, but rather a cross with a sun emblem in it. But not just any sun. But the symbol that we've seen plastered on flags and icons of all the allies of the Ancient Kingdom. In other words, the symbol of the Ancient Kingdom and its D-Clan, a detail that was essentially confirmed in One Piece Odyssey of all things. Okay, there you go. That's the symbol of the D-Clan, which you see here. Which represents the Ancient Kingdom. It's so weird because now what that showcases is that, that now maybe this is a depiction of that battle. Could be Vivi. Could also be the royal family of the Ancient Kingdom. Because that is a symbol of the Ancient Kingdom. Could be Vivi, because you notice that the person there is holding up her hand like that, similar to how like Vivi had the X mark, But that could also be a fucking staff. So for all you know, that could be fucking Nami. But that is a symbol of the Ancient Kingdom. Because Vivi was not part of the Ancient Kingdom, remember that. She was, and the Nefertari family were on the side of the 20 Kings. It was after the war that she decided to leave them. So it wouldn't be Vivi. Because Vivi was on Emu's side. Was the queen of the Athabasca Kingdom in time of the Void Century, being one of the 20 monarchs credited with the founding of the world government. Unlike the other 19 monarchs, Lily chose not to become world noble and moved to the whatever. But before she could return to her home country, she mysteriously vanished. Aside from that, little is known about her except that she had a younger brother who succeeded her as a ruler of Athabasca. Lily is the earliest known carrier of the Will of the Deed, being supposedly the main individual responsible for the presence of the Poneglyphs around the world. For this reason, her actions could be considered a major driving force of the overall plot of the series. Based on the silhouette in her painting, Vivi looked very similar in appearance to members of the Nefertari family. Vivi was born to family, also Titi, who married into it. She wore a dress. Oh, that's fucking. What am I doing? Lily was the representative of the Arabastic that part of the creation of the world government around 800 years ago. As such, she took part in the conflict against the Great Kingdom alongside 19 other nations, which resulted in her side's victory. Now, why would it be so? Assuming, just based off that, assuming this is maybe a depiction of what happened during Joy-Boy's era, right? That couldn't be Vivi because she was on Emu's side. However, you can say it's Vivi. No, you can't say it because Vivi wouldn't be part of the Ancient Kingdom. She was part of her own kingdom. It would have to be someone else. Even in either situation, if you saw this as the prophecy of what will happen with Luffy and co, or a battle with Joy-Boy versus Emu, neither side would work because Vivi wouldn't represent the Ancient Kingdom. Picture this: Luffy as Mother Flame is getting jumped for it. Nami owes him to do something. After he eats it. I mean, yeah, that's possible. I mean, it's definitely possible that Luffy would eat the Mother Flame. I don't know how Nami would get involved in this, but it's definitely possible that Luffy could eat the Mother Flame. Very well possible. The Poneglyphs must be protected. Bear the flag of the Dawn against world. Just comedic relief. I mean, like I said, it's definitely possible. I don't know how possible, but Lily encouraged protecting the Poneglyphs and bearing the flag of Dawn against the world. Okay, so based off of that, where apparently she wrote the Poneglyphs must be protected, bear the flag of Dawn. Okay, so yes, now you can make the argument that that could be Vivi. It's possible that the Kingdom of Alabasta has the flag of Dawn, which is the Ancient Kingdom. So, and her being a Will of the Deed, which most people are assuming are, part of the Ancient Kingdom, that does appear more to be Vivi than the Kuja Pirates. Also fits with the hand going up like that. So, yeah. Then you have the Wano with someone eating an apple, apparently. Otama's going to be big in the final arc. For whatever reason. Then you have Emmett, which to me is either going to be Frankie or Kuma. I think this is either going to be Frankie or Kuma, or it could be Pluton. You never know. Because you don't see an ancient war machine being depicted here. So this could literally be Pluton. And then you have someone like that, which most people think it's Yamato, which I could see. You have the Lunarians, and the one over there. Let me look at the Arc Maxim. Hold on. No, you're right. A super robot is a machine. I don't know what that is. I don't know what my phone is. I don't know what my phone is. Tell me. Does the Arc Maxim look like a whale? You guys think this could look like a whale? I mean, it definitely looks like this. Definitely looks more like this, but like, you guys think they could misinterpret this as a whale? No, right? That doesn't seem like it. Nah, definitely doesn't look like it though. Unless Anno reconfigures it to look like a whale, it doesn't look like it at all. Yeah, probably not. Yeah. This is likely more of the Arc Maxim. I'll believe it when whales fly. What the? You know what's weird though? Why is there a depiction of an Arc Maxim here? That shoots out lightning, which is what Enno will do. That's another reason why I think this entire mural doesn't necessarily depict the past. It also depicts the future that's about to come. You know, you have Zunisha here. You have Noah's Ark going up. You got the angels. Got humanity down there. You got the people praying, or whatever this is. You have Enno coming from the moon into the battle to zap lightning into whatever this is. This is why I think, like, some of this could not be... Like, all of this could literally be the same fucking thing. You know? No. The kids drew this for whatever reason. Nobody knows why. It could be just a kid's dream, which is literally having everyone reunite against the bad guy. But it's like, to me, like, the idea that this all represents exactly what will happen, and not necessarily how it represents the past. It could represent the past metaphorically, but it's possible that this represents what will happen in the... Like, this is the mural for the final war. You know? Because you have the Arc Maxim coming from the moon. No color arts on this one. No, the color art for this will probably won't come out until like later this year. Because they usually come after the volume comes out, and the volume for this won't come out until like maybe April, May, June. Which means we won't get the color for it until like maybe December. So we'll have to wait like an entire year for that. Unless they release it at the same time. But like I'm saying, like Arc Maxim comes from the moon, descends down here to join the fray. Something happens here. It's shooting its lightning here. What if the sparks of life all around are actually clouds? Oh, wait. It's not a hand raising up, it's a staff. You see that? It's a staff. I just realized that that's not her raising her hand up, it's a staff. It's something. It's a staff. It's like a rowing thing. Rowing paddle. Someone is there as well. Is that theory of Nami being someone of ancient royal blood of the ancient kingdom? Is it still alive for me? Is that Nami? Imagine. Okay, so yeah, that's definitely not Vivi doing the hand-arm thing. That's literally just someone rowing the boat. Or whatever this is. Who is that, I wonder? Because you could then have this as Vivi. If this is Momo and Wano, this could be Vivi. Riding on Zunisha. Noah's Ark arrives. People are powering Pluton. Anno comes from the moon, descends, strikes lightning onto something that Frankie is blocking. Oh, man. It's like... They're the only... So, okay, yeah. So these two are definitely the sovereigns that the Sea Kings were referring to. These are the two sovereigns. I mean, initially I had that idea that this is actually represents Nami. Because not only do you have the lightning sparks, right? This could represent something. Maybe something to do with like her cloud technology. Although those look more like stars than anything. It's like, fuck, man. I don't know. I don't know if it is Nami. It could be light. It could be some sort of power that they're using to power Pluton. But would that even be Pluton? It doesn't even look like a weapon. God, so many different ideas, you know? Ichiro Oda has confirmed in an interview with Momoko Sakura that the One Piece is not something like the journey itself was the real treasure, and that there will be reward for those who find it. The journey itself was the real treasure, and that there will be a reward for those who find it. Which I was reading something about how like people think that the One Piece is essentially all the races uniting, where all the other races, where each and every other time the Sun God was around, they couldn't reunite all the races, but Luffy will be able to do it because Luffy has that power that Mihawk stated is the most feared, that he's able to get everyone to go on his side, you know. What about with Aria's bubble things? Could that be the power source? I'm pretty sure Harada's told Nami not to leak anything about it, right? Maybe that's why. Hey, what's up, Sin? It's definitely possible. It could definitely be something like some sort of technology of with area. But my question is, what is this that they're putting it on? What is this? What do you think this is? Because when they put it on, it starts going up. And do you notice how... And do you notice that it gets big? You see, as you go up, and it climbs Zunisha's back, it suddenly gets big. Almost as soon as you... Almost as if it looks like it gets big as soon as it hits the lightning. And it stays big. I thought the effect in Flopos could represent them harvesting dreams and hopes expressed with clouds. The only reason I say clouds instead of stars because of them being around the raindrops, plus the fact that it produces smog too. Light doesn't produce any waste. Interesting. I mean, definitely. I mean, if this is all... If we're going by this interpretation of it, it leads more to Nami being that figure with the crown. She also has the royal... Remember, in when they visited Minx, and they gave her the purple dress, right? And they said that it was like a what did they say? What did Wanda say? That it was a like a royal heirloom. She's riding technically Zunisha, which is where Zoe is. I'm just saying. This also represents the her. This could also represent her climate attack. The, you know, when she does the bubble, the heat ball. I do agree, though, that it does look like that's more of the dreams and hopes expressed with clouds. Well, not like, that's the hopes and dreams. Interesting. The part that they're standing on is similar to this. What are they doing? Another thing is that she's referred as goddess so many times. On top of that, she's depicted with crowns. She's got a bigger role coming later. Some sort of hierarchy over the others. The only thing is what? I mean, my personal theory is that she is the last descendant of the royal family of the ancient kingdom. You either have it where some people have it where like Toki transferred Nami as a child to the future, which is why when she was found in the battlefield she was laughing, because the last thing that she saw probably was Joy Boy. You know, either that or the last thing she saw were her parents, right? And she was smiling up at them, and then next thing she knew, she just wound up in where Oikot was, where, right, where essentially it didn't look any different from her. It looked any different to her because possibly during that time before she was sent, she was literally in a battle, in like the same thing was happening. There was war. And she was still laughing because she probably saw her parents or Joy Boy or whatever, right? And right? That's a possibility. It also would fit that maybe if you don't want to use the time stuff, which I understand, the time stuff can be really fucking confused. If Nami was a descendant of the last royal family of the Ancient Kingdom, it's possible that Vivi was the one who transported her away, you know, or saved her. That's why she didn't stay, and then she left. And before she disappeared, she made sure to hide, you know, whoever the baby was, so that they could live a life, you know, without the world government ever finding them. And then for years and years, no one could ever find them. Then eventually, maybe Emu at some point heard or like discovered something about a potential baby being born that probably had like some sort of power, some sort or something when they were born. He got wind of it and created this scenario where Marines and pirates were fighting each other in the Oikot Kingdom. Or he announced what is it called? The thing that happened with Kuma, the Hunger Games thing in the Oikot Kingdom, right? And what he was trying to do was essentially make sure that everyone in the Oikot Kingdom gets killed. So, right? So when that happened, right, the Oikot Kingdom. So when that happened, Bellamere, who finds Nojiko and Nami, doesn't understand. Like, she has no idea why they were there. She just knew that they were fighting against something, right? Which is why I'm more inclined of the pirates instead of the Hunger Games. But Bellamere didn't know what she was doing. She just thought that she was fighting pirates. And then when she sees these two kids, you know, and Nami as a baby, she's like, oh, she's going to take care of it. Which is why she doesn't do any sort of adoption papers. Because maybe she caught wind about something. Maybe someone told her, like, okay, if you want to quit and become a mom, great. But you found those kids in the Oikot Kingdom. I'm going to tell you this right now. Do not put the papers in for that you adopted them. We were sent there to kill everyone, or to make sure that no one there survives. Go away, hide. Do not ever tell people, right, that you kept these $2 that you found in the Oikot Kingdom. So, Emu believed at the time that everyone in the Oikot Kingdom, except for like the Marines and stuff, were killed. Thus, thinking he eliminated that royal bloodline for good. But the reality is, Nami survived. Wait, you're cooking? Go back to the third world? Like the description or the mural? Like, this is my theory. This is legit what I've been thinking about for a while. I just haven't made a video on it yet. Well, I guess now it's on video, but I'll make a proper video. Third world. And he and they will surely meet again. Description, I'm going to add on to you. Okay, go for it. What if that day of promise is for the sunflower? You mean this? I mean, it does look like a sunflower. The symbol of the ancient kingdom does look like a sunflower. Oh, wait. You're cooking here. Well, hold up. We're cooking here. We gotta... We're sort of cooking here. Alright? We're mixing some things up. Okay? We're sort of cooking here. We're mixing some things up. That is a sunflower. If the sun is said to be gone right now and a new morning will rise, like what you said, what if Nami is that promised child, that connection that will wake the sun god itself? Okay. Okay, I'll wait until you finish. You kind of you're losing me there a little bit, but I'll wait until you finish. The hell is this? Oh, Windows fucking 11. It makes sense. Let me stretch the enemy is official, but Oda does mana give input. No, he does not. No. I don't know what you're gonna be saying, but no. Oda does not. He actually has no input whatsoever. The only input he ever has is when they ask him for something, like color schemes. So I don't know what you're gonna be adding, but just know that Oda does not monitor and gives no input in the anime. That is something that he does not do. He leaves the animators to do their own thing. The only time he ever gets involved is when they ask him for like supervision of a movie or something like that, or like maybe a color scheme, because just always remember that Oda actually does not have. But I do want to add one other thing. To talk about the two sovereigns meeting, Shirahoshi told Nami that, like I said before, Shirahoshi told Nami that we just met, but it feels like I've known you since I was a child, or I've known you for a while. The two sovereigns, Shirahoshi and Nami. The reason why they feel like they've known each other is because they're the two sovereigns that will meet. The only reason why they haven't like done anything at all is because Nami hasn't acquired something that will define her sovereignty. Or the event where her sovereignty will be defined hasn't happened yet. Which is why they're still waiting. Like, the Sea Kings are still waiting for it. What? Wait. Alright. What do you mean? She's not Uranus, but she'll acquire it, like you said. Okay, yes. There's definitely a possibility she will acquire it. Right? She will acquire it. But she's not going to acquire it. She's going to steal it. Because at the end of the day, guess what? Nami is a thief. She stole Big Mom. Zeus from Big Mom. What's not to say she won't steal Uranus from Emu. People are gonna be so mad when that happens. I swear to God, people are gonna anything to do with Nami. People are gonna be so mad. Even if this theory doesn't come true, just the thought of it will probably fucking piss people off, just because they fucking hate Nami. I mean, if the emotional backstory that Oda wanted to portray for Nami is, like, you know, like you said, emotional, what better way to make it emotional than having this person's ancestry be about someone who literally was trying to do her best for her people and then constantly being hunted by the world government and Emu. But going back to the stretch, what if we stretch the promise of Luffy making her, and Luffy never making her unhappy? Okay, go on. I don't know where my phone is. My phone keeps ringing and I don't even know what it is. Oh, is this it? Yeah, it's fucking right here. I'm an idiot. I'm gonna write all this down. Because I still think, for me, it's a little early to make this video about my idea of Nami, but it just, I'm looking at all this, I'm like, God damn it, it's connecting the dots for me. But at the same time, it's like, or am I just doing agenda piece? You know? If Nami is the said promised child we were stretching, Emu taking her out so she could never meet the sun god makes way more sense. I mean, in general, it makes sense. The one thing Emu does not want is this prophecy or Joy Boy's awakening or the sun god's awakening, which is why he's pissed off that one of his one of the Gorosei was not able to stop Luffy, aka the Sun God, aka Nika, aka Joy Boy. He's pissed off at that. He's pissed off at Lily possibly doing something that he didn't like. And it will correlate back to how, you know how, like, who just followed me? Jay Garcia Saturn, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. How are you today, good person? I can't assume. What was it saying? It correlates back to this idea that, you know how the Straw Hats were able to, what's it called? You know how, it correlates to, the way the Straw Hats essentially were helping Vivi by escorting her to Alabasta? It would Lily be parallel to that, where Lily is the one that is escorting the promised person, aka Nami, away so that she could hide her from Imu. Well, Nami's descendant, ancestor. To live a normal life. To continue making descendants until the promised day. It will parallel that. Gear 5th awoke with Nami's high faith in her captain. Her high faith in the Sun God, even though it didn't fact in any way, but was written in the order for a reason. I mean, yeah, you could add that. The anime definitely fucking made it seem more like it. In the manga, it was she shouted, she called out Luffy's name, and then it took I think a couple of panels after that, or a page or so after that, for Luffy to eventually awaken in Gear 5. But you can make the argument that her undying faith, because you also have to remember, everyone that was there was losing faith in Luffy. That they were believing in Kaido, even Chopper, even Law. But Nami's the only one who didn't lose that faith in Luffy. Right? And in the first world, the slaves wished and prayed, the Sun God appeared. I think Nami being the one to do so is an important factor. It may not have directly been like straight away towards it, but it definitely left that room for it to be a possible case, because everyone else was essentially did not giving up, like they were losing faith. Nami was the only one who did it. People will argue, say, well, any of the other Straw Hats would do it if they were there. Yes, they probably would. But Oda didn't put any other Straw Hat there except for Chopper to have that moment. Chopper was losing faith. But Chopper's a kid. He's 17 human years, but he's still a kid. So it's understandable. But Nami was the only one who stood up to Kaido. If any of the other Straw Hats were there, like Zoro Sanji, I'm sure they would be the same way. But Oda didn't put them there. He specifically made Nami be the one to do it. A lot of people say that Oda does things for a reason. What's not to say he did that for a reason? But of course people would deny it and say, well, no, Oda would have made anyone else do it. Because it's Nami. So of course people will be like, nah, you're stretching it. So that's something I could add in that video, in the video. But I do expect something to happen with Nami in some sort of way. And I think this is Nami right there. You have Zunisha, Zoe. The animals here, these are the minks. These are the minks. You have Nami, you have the lightning bolt behind her. She's the one who uses lightning. You could use this as a way for her to power some sort of machine. Baby Pluton, I don't know. The mystery behind what happened in Oikot. What did Lily do? Did she only make Inu mad because of the poneglyphs, or was there something else? Why did Oda give Nami a royal heirloom of the Zou, of the people of the Zou? Why does Shirahoshi and Nami... Well, why did Shirahoshi say that there was something weird about... not weird, but... Why she felt very close to Nami? Why is it that Oda chose Nami to be the one that still had faith in Luffy? And why was she the only Straw Hat there at that moment to be the one to do it? People like to say that Oda does everything for a specific reason for every other character. Why not the same thing when it comes to us Nami fans? You know? What's more of an emotional story than Nami's true history being the fact that she was #1 on the hit list? Yeah? And it's possible, like... Clearly Nami won't remember this at all, right? But clearly something must have, like, constantly been, like more than likely heard this, assuming this isn't... I'm not going to go with this with the time theory idea, but... Like, it's a lot. And then you also have the whole All Along Park situation. She has a natural ability that is very strange. She has the ability to predict weather storms like actual cyclones, something that no other navigator has been shown to do. Shiki wanted her for her navigational prowess. Not powers, prowess. Oda has been hinting at some sort of backstory for Nami. Twice. She has been referred to by Oda as queenly. She is one of the 3 triggers of One Piece. Which, by the way, I do have an idea, a theory, that Zoro will cut parts of the Red Line. But that's for another story. Trapped in Hunter her whole life, she met the sun. The sunflower bloomed, rain fell, a garden crew, they met again. Absolute cinema. You could also Adam and Eve. This is the tree. Adam and Eve. as much as I enjoyed the moon theory, and I think it's a really good one. There's a reason. There's a reason why I don't necessarily think of it, or why I want. Oh, not want it, but why I don't theorize it. It's because, to me, the only way you can do so is if there's some sort of connection there, or there not connection, but there's some sort of reference to a moon goddess, which there hasn't been. Just like in Romance Dawn. The sun will return, a new morning will arrive, aka dawn of the new world, aka Romance Dawn. Within the chaos, there is a void. There is void. The meddlesome lingering shadows shall remember the day of promise. Read all three together. Within the earth there is flame. People succumb to desire as they seize the forbidden sun. The slaves wish and prayed. The sun god appeared. The earth god grew furious, and the hellflame serpent enveloped the world in death and darkness. Oh, read all three together? Oh, wait, what? Wait, which one again? The trapped and hunted her whole life, she met the sun. The sunflower bloomed, rain fell, our garden grew, they met again. Below that? Just like in the prototypes, they met again. Just like in Romance Dawn, just like in the prototypes, they met again. I mean, yeah. I mean, Luffy and Nami are the only two characters that Oda has had prototypes for each iteration of his story. Just like in the Romance Dawn, just like in the prototypes, they met again. He and they could not meet again. He and they will surely meet again. He and they could not meet again. He and they could not meet again. I mean, if this whole story, if One Piece eventually leads to fucking it being a story of like some sort of reunion, some sort of romance done, I'm gonna fucking, of the one that we're thinking of, I'm gonna fucking go fucking nuts at the end. I'm gonna fucking, what if they refer to the sun and sunflower? They? You know what's funny? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 crew members, with Luffy as the captain. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brook, Jinbei, and then Luffy as the 9th, or whoever the middle one is. Who knows? Whatever. Let's just say it's Nami. The sun and the sunflower, they as the word. I mean, I don't know. First world darkness cast, the sun and flower can't meet. The people prayed in the second, hoping they will meet. No, the people prayed in the people praying was in the first world. You mean people dreamed? People, I mean, first world darkness, the sun and flower can't meet. The sun existed. Well, no, they said he and they could not meet again. He and they could not meet. So they did meet, but they can't meet again afterwards. So I don't know if that. Wait, what does the Viz one say? Okay, so the Viz one says, and they will surely meet, and they will never meet, and they will never meet. So, oh shit. Wait. So if you want to use that, it will fit the Viz Media one. The Viz official translation of "They Will Never Meet." In the first world, the sun god existed, but the sunflower didn't. In the second world, the sunflower existed, but not the sun god. In the third world, the sun and sun god both exist, and they will meet. And they will finally meet. It could also be referencing the two sovereigns. In the first world, only one of the sovereigns existed, not the other. In the second world, Shirihoshi, the mermaid princess, existed, but not the other sovereign. Although they do mention that the two sovereigns will meet again. So, oh boy. I don't know. There's just something about that line that Shirihoshi said. The two sovereigns. Shirihoshi and then somebody else. A lot of people are saying Joy Boy because he, not Joy Boy, but Luffy because he will be the king of the pirates. But I don't think it's Luffy that they're referring to, because Luffy was there. What did the Sea King say when Luffy heard their voice? I forgot. Okay, the Sea King is going to say that Shirihoshi has been destined to the queen and they moved to nowhere. I need to see what that conversation was. I need to see what they said. What chapter would that be? No, that's too much. Let's go. here. No, that's too late. Nope. Until no, this isn't it. The birthing is out of hand. Our sovereign will be born. I don't think that was it. No, it wasn't this one. Oh, God damn it. It'll probably be 6:48. Princess, your host, we've been waiting and waiting for you to be born. This ship was built for us to pull. It has been spoken of for years and years among us. Every few hundred years, our sovereign is born in the form of a mermaid for some reason. Why is that? From the moment of your birth, you have been our queen. Okay. Look, the bubble's being absorbed by the island. You must go to him. Humans will die on the seafloor. Was it my imagination? What? That human with the hat seemed to notice our voices. That can't be. But it did happen once before. Yes, it did. Really? Did you hear that voice? Hear what? It's dead silent down here. Who the hell is talking out there? The ship is falling to pieces. Can it be fixed? Can it be used? I cannot say. We will need their help to fix it, but it is a different age now. Can it be fixed? I hope so, before the promised time arrives. Okay, so before the promised time arrives. Right. And then there's the other one that occurred when, during Odin's flashback. Which, I don't fucking remember what chapter that was. Probably this. Okay, that's the beginning of it. Okay. Oh, here we go. Fisherman Island, I went there with Waikiki too. Well, don't be careless. Got that? It's no less that we're on the second trip. Really, did you hear that voice? Hear what's dead silent down here? Who's there? Who's talking down in the depths? I hear it too. You do, Odin? Why have you come here, surface dwellers? Was it not in this flashback? I'm trying to see the birthing. There's another. Where? Which one? Oh, and Sea Kings. Speak to Roger. Oh, here we go. The birthings at hand, our sovereign will soon be born, aka Shiroshi. And another in a distant sea, the whales of delight and anticipation of the day the two sovereigns shall meet again. What chapter is this? I mean, it could definitely be Luffy. What chapter is this? Come on, someone tell me. Trying to find the. What chapter is this? God damn it! Just want to know the chapter number. God damn it! $968. Fucking hell! I can't fucking. Oh, it's the next chapter. Wow, it was the next chapter. Damn it! All right. The birthing is at hand, our sovereign soon be born. Okay, so it's not Momo. We could eliminate Momo because it's not Momo. Was this 20 years ago? And another in a distant sea. It could definitely be referring to Luffy. I mean... But it's weird because Luffy... Distant Sea, East Blue, yes. The problem... I don't think it's Luffy, though. Because Luffy... Pirate King isn't a sovereign. I mean, yes, it's king of the pirates and stuff like that, but it's not necessarily a sovereign. When was this? What year was this? In 10 years, Shirahoshi would be born. Nami was not born yet then. Yeah, he's the sun god, so he can't be the sovereign. Nami is 20. Shirahoshi is 16. I'm certain that voice was speaking the truth. Someone will be born and eventually surpass us. I mean, Roger thinks it's Luffy, but Luffy isn't a sovereign. He's the sun god, so he wouldn't be a sovereign. The birthing's at hand, our sovereign will soon be born, and another in a distant sea. Distant sea could be East Blue. Distant sea. It can't be, no, because Vivi is born on the Grand Line, so it can't be Vivi. It can't be Vivi because she's on the Grand Line, not necessarily a sea. Because the Grand Line is not considered a sea. Oh, Grand Line is considered a sea. Never mind. Grand Line is considered a sea. Grand Line is part of the Blue Sea enclosed by the calm boats. It is divided into two parts by the Red Line. The first half is known by those who have been to the second half as Paradise. The second half is known as the New World. Notable pirates on the Grand Line are Buggy 2020. What? What? Well, why Chopper? Easternmost ocean of the Blue Sea, the birthplace of Pirate King, go White No Islands, and East Blue called Logtown, Dawn Island, and Shellstown. I mean, it would be Nami. Nami definitely could fit that. It could be. I mean, it could still be Luffy technically. I mean, I won't take that away. Like I won't deny that it could still be Luffy, right? But it doesn't at all say Nami can't be it. It could like, if I had to guess right now, the likely chance of the other sovereign being Luffy, right? But here's the thing. It can't be Luffy based off of this mural. Because if it was Luffy, Luffy would be wearing a crown. Well, kind of. Yeah. But he's a sun god depicted here. And there's two different sovereigns. Momo was already born, so it can't be Momo. Can it still be Vivi? Sure. The only issue is that Vivi was not on the side of the Ancient Kingdom, but she was on the side of the 20 Kings, which were on the side of Emu. So there's that contradiction there. Like, I get it. Like, she has the initial D in her name, but at the same time, it's like, will it be her? I think the likeliest people to be considered the second sovereign are Luffy, Nami, or Vivi. I don't think anyone else fits those descriptions. Like, it doesn't seem like any other characters would fit that description unless we get a surprise character that shows up. You found the plugs workshop? I don't know what that means. I mean, Chopper deploy. Oh. Oh, man. I don't know. But I do think that there's a good chance that Nami is the other sovereign that needs to be born. Or needed to be born. And the time of the day of the promise is soon to arrive. Nami's our best fit. All we need is for our sunflower to consume that last bit of energy she needs from our sun. Basically, she needs to get her buff, and some Luffy will help. Yeah. We'll have to see. I am curious though, what is in front of Frankie? What is Oda trying to hide from us? Because there's definitely something in front of Frankie. We just don't know what it is. Because the lightning bolt descends down to it. What could be in front of you, Frankie? Watch it be a depiction of a baby. Imagine it's a pinwheel. Stop. Imagine. I would go nuts. Yeah. The only thing I could think of that could make some legitimate sense is that whatever Frankie is in front of is the One Piece. But I could be wrong. I mean, I don't know what else to say, really. I exhausted all my thoughts. But why strike the One Piece with lightning? Good question. I don't know what else could be that's in front of Frankie. Wait, is he in front of a treasure chest? The only reason why anyone would strike it, or why lightning would strike it, is if it was something. Maybe the original ancient flame? The original sun? The original sun that was destroyed by humanity? Maybe it's Uranus in front of Frankie and lightning is needed to power it? Yeah. If I don't I'm trying to remember because I know Vegapunk said something about using elements to power up things. I forgot what he said. You know what? Let me look up Mother Flame. Maybe it might have something with Mother Flame. Right, not gonna lie, the baby seems plausible. I like that theory. I mean, if it's fucking the baby that Lily takes and runs away with, just want you guys to know I said it first. Because even then, Oda can still branch out to who is the baby. I mean, if it's a baby, the chosen baby, people are gonna point to it being fucking Nami. And then people will be like, "Oh, I knew there was always gonna be something about or why Nami was found as a baby in Oika Kingdom." Huh, that was so weird. I knew that was gonna be the case. They're gonna fucking lie. We Nami fans already had theorized about that. I need to make that video. I'll probably record it tomorrow when I come from home from work. I'll probably write it when I'm at work. I'm trying to get all my facts straight. But I'm trying to see something about the Mother Flame. On the littlest, bro. I'm trying to remember what because he was discussing something about energy sources, something about fire and lightning and stuff like that. I don't remember what chapter it was from, but he was referring to something about it. Vegapunk, energy, fire, and lightning, something. Might be able to find it in images. Energy had been seeking to say get to the power source that moved the machine soul to the ancient energy that gave it strength. It isn't a scientist's nature to want to peek at the answers. Okay, here we go. Fire can be converted into all types of energy. There are lots of other natural resources. A long resource what can be burned for energy. I thought if only there was such a thing as an undying flame, but I lack the scientific prowess to reverse engineer every aspect of it. It's difficult to believe that this mechanized soldier was made over 900 years ago. That might have been it, but... Okay, maybe he never used lightning, but he did use fire, so he more than likely was just referencing the Mother Flame. So maybe, yeah, it's likely he was referencing the Mother Flame more than anything. Yeah, so I don't know what that lightning bolt could be. I mean, Nami uses lightning. Maybe it's just, maybe it's the baby. Maybe it's Nami as a baby. And the lightning bolt represents the person who is able to use the power of the lightning. I have no idea. She uses lightning ability. She's connected to lightning in a lot of ways. Oda drew her with Enno's ability. Nami fans aside, that would be so freaking gas, yeah. It's getting late. Fuck me. I mean, yeah, there's not much to say. I think I have been for the longest time contemplating whether or not to do this video about Nami. And I've been holding back because I wanted a little bit more proof, or a little bit more evidence to, you know, make the theory somewhat plausible. And, I don't know, I think this might be the time to actually do it now. It's obviously not 100% confirmed. But I think it's about time I do it. Yeah, I think it's about time. I'm gonna have to write the script for it because I cannot do this the way I've been doing it, where I've just been talking from the base of my head. But wait, check if there's any history on the inspiration for Elbap Giants, because maybe that inspiration had a baby legend or something. Are you asking me to check Viking history, or like Viking baby story, baby promised child? The only one would be, I think, Loki, but I could be wrong. Norse mythology, baby. Norse mythology, baby, legends. I found something kind of. What is it? What is happening? My phone is being weird. In both the Poetic Edda and Prose Edda, she is described as a sister of the personified moon. That really does not really help. A for effort, I tried. Yeah, there's not really anything with Norse mythology around that I could see. The only thing that you could possibly link it, maybe there's some sort of legend with about hold on. You're gonna have to explain it using the concept of her being the second sovereign and the prophecy child. The problem is, where I don't know if I can use the prophecy child, because there's nothing that links it for it to even have a prophecy child. I could link it to the second sovereign, but not the prophecy child. You can use my stretch of Genzo's promise her being the sunflower, but then again, stretch. Yeah, that's pretty much a stretch. I could definitely link it back to that promise, though. Because he also made a promise with Shirahoshi. He made 2 promises. He did it indirectly with Nami with Genzo, but he technically did make a promise. But did he also make a promise with Momo? I'm trying to think. No, right? The only thing he did was that if they ever wanted to return to be members of the crew, they were more than welcome to. Yeah, I think the only promises he's made that I remember are Shirahoshi and Nami, right? Unless there's someone else. He didn't really make any others involving that strong emotion of happiness. Well, it's not really that. It's just the idea of a promise. Like, I'm trying to think, like, did he make promises with anybody else except for when he did with Genzo and the one he did with Shirahoshi to promise her to get her to a walk in the forest? Aside from Shanks. But that's when he was a kid. But it does seem like he made a lot of promises. Revisiting Laboon, he made a promise to that. Did he make a promise to go on an adventure with Vivi? I guess I can't really do the promise thing because Luffy does make a lot of promises, so I can't really connect that at all. It would have been an interesting point too, but Luffy makes a lot of promises, so I doubt it. So I can't really connect that. How come it is a theory after all? It would have to be. I think one of the things it has to be in order for it to work similarly is that the promises were mostly the same, but they were two different promises. One of them was a promise to Genzo, who said not to make, to not take away Nami's smile. And the other was, and Shirahoshi's promise was to go on a trip with her, which then involved the other Straw Hats. But you can make the argument that really that promise with Genzo was only made to Luffy and not the rest of the crew, where the other crew members, or at least some of the other crew members, were there for the other promises. You can make that argument. That one promise felt a little bit more intimate. Well, not intimate, but more solely for Luffy himself. Do not take away her smile. That's how I would stretch it to her being the prophecy child. Like I said, I don't mind. I don't mind, and I would love if it was a prophecy child thing, but I can't really use that without like a proper evidence of a prophecy child. The only other thing I could, not necessarily prophecy child, but maybe I could use it as a way to say the person, the promised person that would meet in the third world, that couldn't meet in the other worlds. I could say that, but not necessarily prophecy child. The only argument people will probably, the only argument I can see people have in terms of like the meet again, it would be like, well, they did meet again. They're traveling together, right? So doesn't that mean that they can't meet again? But the thing is that every other instance they could never meet, but now they have. Like, it doesn't really matter if like she's traveling with him, on his adventure. They met. He and they. Yeah. Oh. Oh man, I'm getting tired. All right, I'll probably call it here then. I am super tired. I have work in the morning in like 7 hours. Yeah. So this was fun. This was a lot of fun discussing this mural, the Harley texts. And we came up and talked about a good idea for Nami that I will probably start writing up the theory video for it. Definitely gonna have to put a disclaimer saying Yeah, this is just a theory. It's not confirmed because that's what theories are. Because I know some people are going to be assholes about it. Don't get mad. If you get mad, that's on you then. Not on me. Not my fault you got mad. The fuck? Stop being a little pussy. Woo. Alright. Not me jump scare. Hating on the baby. Yeah. Oh, look, it's a prophecy shot. Let me stop. Yeah. Alright, thank you everyone for joining. I had a lot of fun. Thank you so much. If you haven't followed me on Twitch or YouTube or subscribed to YouTube, definitely do. I'm hoping to do more of these videos, talk about One Piece. So, more streams like this, talk about One Piece if I ever get the chance to. So, but there will be a chapter later this week. So I'm hoping I could able to talk about it. Could have fooled me. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. And yeah, next stream. Oh wait, I might. Okay, so the next stream, I could definitely stream in the next couple days, but it will be late in night, like around this time usually, because I am working I'm working every day until like late, like around 8 o'clock. So it'll be late, but yeah. So thank you so much, everyone. Here we go. So thank you, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. I'll talk to everyone soon. I'm hoping to make that Nami video soon. And let's see what happens with the next chapter coming up. Alright. Yeah, so hopefully everyone has a great rest of their day, evening, night. Thank you so much for coming by and chatting One Piece with me. It was a lot of fun, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Alright? Bye-bye!